We're here tonight for a special session. I would ask the clerk to please call a roll of council.
Councilmember Suarez?
Here.
Councilmember Briere?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Rapunzel?
Here.
Councilmember Graydon? Councilmember Kunstler?
Here.
Councilmember Teal?
Here.
Councilmember Higgins?
Here.
Councilmember Easthope? Councilmember Anglin?
Here.
Mayor Heath?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Would someone please move approval of the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Higgins, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any changes or discussion of the agenda? All in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. Someone please move to go to closed session to discuss attorney-client communications. Moved by Councilmember Suarez, seconded by Councilmember Briere. A roll call vote, starting with Councilmember Kunzelman.
Yes.
Councilmember Kunstler?
Yes.
Councilmember Teal?
Yes.
Councilmember Higgins?
Yes.
Councilmember Anglin?
Yes.
Mayor Heath?
Yes.
Councilmember Suarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Briere?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Rapunzel?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. We are in closed session. From a closed session as part of our special meeting tonight, and we still have a regular council meeting to go. Would someone please move to go back into open session? Moved by Councilmember Suarez, seconded by Councilmember Rapundelow. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. We do have, is there anyone who'd like to address council under public comment open time? Someone please move to adjourn. Moved by Councilmember Anglin, second by Councilmember Higgins. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. If you are able, please rise for a moment of silence, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Suarez?
Here.
Councilmember Briere?
Here.
Councilmember Wallenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Quindle?
Here.
Councilmember Gray?
Here.
Councilmember Councilman?
Here.
Councilmember Teal? Here. Councilmember Higgins?
Here.
Councilmember Easthope?
Here.
Councilmember Anglin?
Here.
Mayor Teacher?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Someone please move approval of the agenda. Moved by Councilmember Higgins, seconded by Councilmember Teal. The discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Rapundelow?
I'd like to ask that we, withdraw item DS1, as that's been withdrawn by the petition.
Withdraw DS1, the resolution establishing an Ann Arbor Industrial Development District.
Right.
Correct. Further discussion of the agenda. Councilman.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't at caucus last night, but I'm interested in pulling CA7.
Can we do that when we get to the consent agenda? Further discussion of the agenda. All in favor of the agenda as amended?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. We have a couple of proclamations tonight, and I would ask if there is anyone here from the Main Street Area Association to receive this one. Let's go ahead and read it. Proclamation Cigarette Litter Prevention Month, whereas the control of litter and litter prevention is vitally important to the quality of life in Ann Arbor, and whereas the businesses of the Main Street Area Association and the City of Ann Arbor have an interest in encouraging every citizen and business and its employees to protect and preserve the beauty and cleanliness of the community. And whereas Keep America Beautiful, Inc. is encouraging community partnerships in addressing an emerging litter problem, cigarette litter. And whereas the Main Street Area Association will launch a cigarette litter prevention program to reduce cigarette litter in the Main Street area. And whereas the Board of Directors of the Main Street Area Association, in cooperation with local businesses, community, and civic leaders, agree that cigarette litter has become a problem in the downtown area and have a strong interest in reducing and possibly eliminating it. Whereas all interested citizens are invited to support the cigarette litter prevention program in downtown Ann Arbor, which is launched September 1, 2008. Therefore, I, John Heftia, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby proclaim September 2008 as Cigarette Litter Prevention Month and encourage our citizens to participate in the reduction of cigarette litter and in preserving the beauty and cleanliness of our community. Is there anyone here from the home of New Vision? All right. A proclamation celebrating Recovery Month. Whereas 22.2 million people in the United States have faced a substance use disorder in the past year, and all deserve to experience the many benefits of recovery. Whereas treatment reduces reported job problems, including incomplete work and absenteeism, by an average of 75%. Whereas cost and insurance barriers present obstacles to those who need access to treatment facilities and want to reestablish their place in the community. Whereas it is critical that we educate our community members and local businesses that substance use disorders are a treatable yet serious healthcare problem, and by taking steps to address it, as well as provide support for the families and children of those with these disorders, we can save both lives and dollars. Whereas to help achieve this goal, the United States Department of Health and Human Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the National Drug Control Policy, and the home of New Vision invite all residents of Ann Arbor, Michigan to participate in Recovery Month. Therefore, I, John Heftia, Mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2008 as Recovery Month. Following that, we come to public commentary. I would note that accommodations can be made For any speakers who would like to be seated while they address council, that you may not pass your public commentary reserve time on to another speakers. And I would ask that all speakers please pay close attention to the time clock before them so that we can be fair to everyone. Our first speaker is Susan Morrison.
Good morning, members of council. I'm appearing again as legal counsel on behalf of the Michigan Historic Preservation Network, which holds perpetual historic easements on 3 buildings on Washington Street, which are on the National Register of Historic Places. As you've heard from me before, these buildings will be severely impacted by the proposed 9-story apartment known as Metro 202. At the outset, I want to apologize to all of you if my appearing once again is annoying to council. That's certainly not my intent. However, we've had to be persistent because we still don't have an answer as to whether the planning department will hold off on issuing any administrative approvals of the proposed major revisions to this project until after the Planning Commission can address the process for reviewing this matter. This afternoon, I put into the hands of Assistant City Attorney Kevin McDonald a letter addressed to the mayor and council with a request that he send that letter on to all of you. That letter to you included our prior letters and information submitted to Mr. McDonald, including an architect's calculation comparing the original approved site plan and the amended site plan. The letter also expressed our concern that at the Planning Commission meeting last Thursday night, it was announced that planning staff will simply present a report at the September 16th Planning Commission meeting regarding Metro 202. What was meant by a report was not explained, but it's still our concern that planning staff intends to make its own administrative decisions without the involvement of Planning Commission or City Council. As you all know, City Council is the entity which entered into the development agreement for this planned project, and we submit it's the only entity which can act on the major amendments that have been proposed after you receive a recommendation from the full Planning Commission. Our letter urges council to direct planning staff to refrain from making administrative decisions since those decisions may adversely affect council's authority in this matter over the development agreement. We sincerely hope you will do so, and I thank you once again for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Partridge.
Ann Arbor City Council, Ann Arbor public and area residents at large. I'm here tonight as a Democratic Party delegate from Scioto Township, as a announced candidate for the Michigan legislature, a write-in candidate for the November general election to fill the 52nd District House of Representatives seat in the Michigan legislature. I announced my candidacy tonight, and I'm here, of course, to reaffirm my support for Senator Barack Obama of Illinois for the presidency of the United States, together with his vice president nominee, Senator Joseph Biden of Delaware. It's very important that we have candidates on the local level in the city of Ann Arbor, in the county of Washtenaw, in the state of Michigan government that have a deep respect, deep and abiding respect for the interest of people and put people first as a priority over all other considerations, over considerations of land development, land use, land conservation. These are all worthy considerations, but people need to come first, and I have repeatedly called upon this council, upon the Washtenaw County Commission and the Michigan legislature to put people first, by enacting legislation on the local, county, and state levels to assure affordable housing, affordable transportation, access to affordable health care, and access to education on all levels and for all ages of the public. Not enough in today's economy, not enough in today's global economy and society to make lip service commitments to these issues. We must enact the legislation and the appropriations and bring about the necessary revenue reforms and revenue innovations to assure everyone an affordable home, to assure everyone access to public transportation, certainly the handicapped and older adults, to assure everyone access to health care on a non-discriminatory basis. In that regard, call on our state universities, health systems to offer full health care without payment to Medicare and Medicaid recipients. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Sidney.
The clerk's office called to tell me that the proposed industrial development district at 201 Depot was withdrawn, and I appreciate that courtesy. But I decided to keep my speaking slot to address policy concerns about industrial development districts and other business subsidies. First, industrial development districts are a way to give tax subsidies to a particular business. Ann Arbor has a lot to offer. We should not have to pay people to locate here. If we focus on attracting businesses that pay their own way, instead of those that expect the rest of us to give them a free ride, we can expand our tax base in a way that gives us tax revenue today instead of a promise of more tax revenues 10, 20, or 30 years down the road. Second, 201 Depot is in the Allen Creek floodway. The city should be doing everything it can to discourage new buildings in the floodway and the floodplain. If you are serious about protecting our urban environment, you should adopt a policy of no subsidies for new development in the floodway and the floodplain. That means no industrial development districts, no brownfields, no DDA or other subsidies for anyone who builds in the floodway or the floodplain. We should not be rewarding people who harm our urban environment by giving them subsidies.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Floyd.
Hello, I'm John Floyd. I live at 519 Sunset Road with my sons, Jack and Calvin. At the end of fiscal 2003, Ann Arbor's indebtedness was about $102 million. 5 years later, at the end of 2008, our indebtedness has doubled to over $200 million. This is without the $26.7 million of bonds floated so that we could, in part, duplicate the county courthouse. In fiscal 2008, Ann Arbor spent about $18 million in debt service. For comparison, our general fund revenue budget is about $90 million. Our total budget is about $410 million. As I walk the Fifth Ward, I find people who can no longer afford their homes because of the tax burden. The most poignant are senior citizens on fixed incomes who have been in their homes 20 or 30 years and who are being forced out by taxes they can no longer afford to pay. They want to sell and move to Sile Township, seems to be the reigning destination of choice, but they can't sell their homes in the current climate. They're stuck. They can't pay the taxes and they can't sell the homes. I find families who can afford the mortgage of a larger home, growing families, but who can't afford the tax bite on buying a new house. And strangely enough, seniors who are ready to downsize but decide not to because they'd pay more in tax on a smaller home than on the currently larger home they live in now. Even as we need to address the half-century-old police facility problem, this is the wrong moment to take on new debt, especially new debt to duplicate much of the functioning of the county courthouse. In a down economy, we need to find ways to consolidate government facilities, not duplicate them. Our debt load has doubled in 5 years. That is an important tool for financing capital improvements. It spreads the benefits of current capital projects over the lifetime to future users of the projects. It's always going to be an important part of financing any city. But in a down market with people already strained, this is the wrong moment to take on additional debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miriam Lindsay.
If you can hear me from here, I'd like to pass.
Okay, thank you. We'll move right into public hearing 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 zoning and Chapter 57 subdivision and land use control of Title 5 of the Code of City of Ann Arbor regarding citizen participation. Is there anyone who'd like to address council on this public hearing?
Marion Williams, 1836 Saxon. I just have a couple of words that I'd like to say in support of the proposed amendment to Chapters 55 and 57 to include the citizen participation ordinance. After having been involved in a very difficult, rigorous, and lengthy process through the City Planning Department and with the developer of 42 North, I hope that Council will approve this amendment to the City Code in order to implement a more positive and efficient process for citizen notification and participation early on in the consideration of new developments, rezoning, and site plans. Many of the problems that were encountered with 42 North might have been avoided if early notification and early citizen participation had occurred. It is imperative that all interested citizens should have an opportunity for notification of projects, regardless of where they live in the city. Not only those who live within a limited boundary, but also those throughout the city who may be concerned with projects that will have an impact on them one way or the other. The joinable or opt-in email list that would include all residents interested in notification of projects is a particularly good suggestion to be included for implementation. The protocol as presented in this amendment, which includes a series of meetings for informational purposes and meaningful dialogue regarding citizens' issues, is a major step in the proper direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Margaret Wong, and I live at 418 South First Street. I wish to express my support for the citizen participation ordinance. Over the years, I've been involved in a number of efforts concerned with the physical character of Ann Arbor, including the 1992 Central Area Plan, public art advocacy, the Calthorpe workshops, and the city's Greenway Task Force. I've been active because I want Ann Arbor to retain its special qualities of human scale, diverse building types, and friendly interfaces between distinctly different use zones. I also want to see Ann Arbor grow and evolve, but I want to see this happen beautifully, appropriately, and sustainably. And lately, it doesn't feel like we're headed in this direction. Some recent additions to our town's cityscape have been way beyond disappointing, as are some significant projects in the proposal stage. Ann Arbor is too small a place to allow any of it to be surrendered to sheer mediocrity and mere expedience, and I personally detect an increasing level of thoughtlessness in our city's built environment, and I want it to stop. Ann Arbor must come up with effective tools that will help us achieve aesthetically pleasing, high-quality outcomes when it comes to new development. This ordinance is an important step in that direction and must be implemented by the city with full commitment and sense of purpose. Likewise, the city must find workable methods to express and uphold design standards. Let us find a way to avoid the bad surprise syndrome. At last Thursday's Planning Commission public hearing, Ray Detter addressed the A2D2 proposed zoning changes, asking the city not to rush this crucial process. He suggested that the city generate illustrations of what Ann Arbor would look like if the maximum build-out scenarios permitted by the modified zoning code were realized. This is a simply brilliant idea. Protecting Ann Arbor's quality of place and quality of life is an absolute necessity. Let's make our local ordinance a powerful tool to help us achieve enlightened and enduring solutions. So I hope the council will approve this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Crockett, and I'm president of the Old Fourth Ward Association. I thought it was interesting that within minutes of my coming today, I received this from the people on Forest Court, the unintended consequences. And this, along with many other reasons, give you a good logic for passing this very much needed ordinance. The unintended consequences of bad development we end up living with for decades. It's so important that the quality of the development that happens here is one that involves the residents, because it not only affects those in the surrounding neighborhoods, but indeed people throughout Ann Arbor, as this project has so clearly pointed out to us. At the same time, I'd like to say that along these same lines, it's very important that we all understand what the consequences will be of the new downtown plan that is in the process of, it's in the last stages of being prepared for passage. We should see pictures also, so we know what we're dealing with. When we read a plan and it gives you angles and numbers and setbacks and things like that, I think it's difficult in our very visual culture to understand exactly what we're dealing with as citizens, and all of us are citizens, unless we have clear pictures. So please pass this law, and please don't put us in this situation again.
Thank you.
My name is Ray Jetter, and I'm speaking for the Downtown Area Citizens Advisory Council, and speaking in favor of the passage of this change of ordinance, which many of us have waited some time to see enacted. And I want to congratulate Sabre Briere and also Connie Pulsifer with regard to the work that went into getting this together in terms of making our process much more acceptable to people within the community. All of us in Ann Arbor have always taken great pride with regard to the way in which public processes worked, and all of us have served on committees, sometimes too many committees, with regard to getting things together. That's always been given us a great deal of pride. Nonetheless, lately, there are people, and you may have run into them, who feel that they're not notified of something or they're not informed about something. And Chris just mentioned, as did Margaret Wong, the fact that even in the A2D2 process, where some of us participated in it, there were a lot of people who really didn't know about it, didn't know what was going on. Chris mentioned something that we're talking about at this particular point, and that is before the process moves further, that what we'd like is more demonstration, visual source of demonstration of exactly what it is that we're going to get. And of course, as you know, I mean, we're getting the revision or amending or changing of the downtown plan. We're getting zoning changes in that, which are very significant, that should relate to that downtown plan clearly. And also, we're going to get some design review process and standards. And what we'd like to see is the public being aware of all of that before we're actually called upon to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wendy Carmen. I live at 2340 Georgetown. I'm here tonight to offer my support to the citizen participation amendments. I'm a longtime officer of the Orchard Hills Maplewood Homeowners Association, and I currently serve on the ZBA. I believe planning issues very directly affect city residents. I also believe the earlier the public is involved in the discussion of any new project, the better for the city. Having sat on both sides of the table, I know that participation of informed citizens, who in many instances know more about critical details that should be considered than the rest of us, including the staff, this benefits us all. Informed citizen participation often brings about a better result for the city and for the developer. I can remember coming before the Planning Commission in the 1980s to speak about a project in my neighborhood. And after I spoke, a Planning Commission member took the microphone and said, "Okay, your points are real, but why are you coming to us now? Why didn't you come earlier? It's too late to change." I was really shocked. How could I come earlier than the first public hearing that was being held? Later, I served on a city council appointed committee whose task was to help to streamline the development approval process. and include opportunities for the public to be involved at an earlier stage. It worked for a while. It took a lot of work by the citizens, but it worked for a while. But since the reorganization of the city departments, they don't have the advisory development committee meetings anymore, or the public isn't invited to them. In addition, the notification process is faltering. Our neighborhood, which has been registered as an interested neighborhood since we first started registering neighborhoods, did not receive any invitation to any stakeholders meeting regarding the area height and placement changes for Chapter 55. In addition to that, notices in the paper aren't easy to find anymore. The coverage of the newspaper is lean, and even if you know enough to make your way around the city website, you can't always find any notice about something that's being developed. What is proposed here tonight will go a long way towards providing an opportunity for neighborhoods and their residents to effectively participate in the development process. This is the right thing to do because the citizens and the general public are the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Floyd, 519 Sunset Road. I want to give my support for this ordinance and thank Ms. Briere for putting it together. It, to me, is a pragmatic approach to a process that still is broken when our planning process isn't fundamentally oriented around what the citizens of the city want and need in their own neighborhoods as well as in the downtown. It's hard to have a planning and zoning process produce results people want. Hence, we need this workaround to fix what otherwise is broken. I think we should spend some attention trying to make sure the planning process itself is oriented around the actual needs of actual city residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Partridge. I'm here to remind the council, persons here tonight at this meeting and the public at large, that we must give due consideration to the need for economic and public development of all types. And when it comes to developing new housing, new businesses within city limits, we must take into account that we, despite city boundaries, township boundaries, and village boundaries in County of Washtenaw, all live in the same county, all live in the same region of southeastern Michigan, all live in the state of Michigan, the Midwest, and the United States as a whole. That is the point that Senator Barack Obama, in calling on Americans to come together to bring us forward, is trying to make.
Sir, we're speaking about a citizen participation ordinance here.
I'm right there on the point, Mayor Hifke, and that is that this ordinance should certainly give consideration to periodic town hall forums to address overall city, county, and region planning, not just neighborhood zoning considerations. That those types of forums would give people the opportunity and the right to express their views and for these matters to be worked out in public. And certainly these public forums should be televised, not just citywide in a CTN network, but countywide and preferably region-wide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who, sorry.
Buried behind the post over there. I want to thank Sabre Briere for working on this ordinance change, and I hope all of you will support it. It's important to hear from the public because it can be an early warning system that city development policies are having unintended consequences. Development policies do make a difference for property values. For example, Houston, Texas has an anything goes development policy, and housing prices there go down because neighborhoods are destroyed by inappropriate development. We want development that makes Ann Arbor better, not development that causes people to flee the city or reduces property values. The people who live here are the best source of information about the consequences of our development policies. By giving the public an early voice in the development process, we can help keep Ann Arbor a place people want to move to.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address council on this public hearing?
Hi, Glenn Thompson, 100 Longman Lane. I would like to just briefly express my support for this ordinance. Quite simply, as I think we've all come to recognize, the development approval process in this city is quite dysfunctional. And that's not beneficial to either developer or the citizens. The only criteria we seem to have of approving or objecting or rejecting a development simply seems to be if you can bring out enough people that oppose it and they shout loud enough, we turn it down. And that's not really fair to the developer that's put his time and effort into it. It's not really fair to the citizens. Hopefully this ordinance will give a little bit more of a balanced approach and get everybody working together a little sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address council on this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing 2, resolution to approve the Hampton Inn Plan Project Site Plan and Development Agreement, 8.89 acres, 2900 Jackson Road. Is there anyone who'd like to address council on this public hearing?
Good evening. My name is Scott Chabot. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner for the proposed Hampton Inn at the 2900 Jackson Avenue. As you may know, it was previously a Super 8 motel, which was recently demolished. And actually, just to be short, I'm here also with the development team consisting of the architect, construction manager, and the representatives for the for the proprietor pertaining to this project for further questions you may have during your deliberation later on in this meeting. And just to give you a brief overview, this project was approved, obviously, by the Planning Commission on June 3rd of 2008. With several conditions they mentioned, just to go through some of the other improvements we've done on the site. Obviously, there's been some landscaping changes, stormwater improvements, the pavement reconditioning for both the proposed Hampton Inn site and also the Best Western. Another thing we strongly tried to provide was avoid any conflict with landmark trees that are vital to this to the city of Ann Arbor, and also to provide a new walkway pedestrian path along Jackson Avenue, which will provide better pedestrian facilities within that area. And some of the planning comments that were brought up that we addressed, and we can also obviously answer questions in further detail later on. One of the conditions is they like to see at least one story of brick on the building, and the new building plans, which were submitted to the actual planning department and have been reviewed and obviously approved, show that the building is now all brick or majority brick along, for the entire facade. And we can obviously present that to you if you have any questions pertaining to that. Also, an interconnected sidewalk which links the hotel development to the proposed walkway that it parallels Jackson Avenue, so that there is a more egressable and ingressable area for pedestrians within that development, so they can easily get to Jackson Avenue and close to the bus stop, which is across the street. And also, the final item was the coordination with Michigan Department of Transportation, which obviously we've been working closely between the planning department and also MDOT to make sure that the driveways are within the specifications of the state, and have obviously reached approval from the Planning Commission and the Development Department. So obviously we're here for your consideration, and if there's any other questions you may have, we're obviously have the team here to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address council on this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Rapundlo.
I just wanted to indicate that there is an upcoming meeting Wednesday night, September 10th, at 7 o'clock at Angel School with regards to the Geddes Ridge development. It's a public information meeting. Neighbors in that area had raised some concerns over the development, and so staff has graciously put together an information meeting that hopefully will allay some of the concerns and describe how the project came about. So that's 7 o'clock at Angel School.
Councilmember Anglin.
Most of City Council has received notices about the AIDS Walk, which is coming up on Sunday, the 21st of September. And we'd like to remind the community about this and ask for continued support. Several council members will be walking in this, of course. And if others would like to join us, we'd like to show our support as a city to this effort. You meet at the Detroit Building parking lot at 12 o'clock on the 21st, which is a Sunday, and the parade starts at 1 o'clock. So if those in the community are interested in this, they would certainly have other council members there, and we'd love to have you attend with us.
Further, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Mayor, we have I think this weekend, a visit from some representatives of another city, of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I don't know I'm not sure about the schedule. Perhaps you or Mr. Fraser knows what that entails.
I know I'm part of a forum on Monday, I think it is, or I hope. Yes, a large number of people are coming from Chapel Hill. They select a city every couple of years that they think is a model, a city that's operating very well, that they would like to model themselves after. And they're bringing, I think, about 60 or 80 people up here from, closer to 100 from government and through Chamber of Commerce, university people as well. And I'm not sure where a schedule could be obtained, perhaps at the Chamber of Commerce? Chamber is handling it, yes. I know the mayor and most of our city council is going to be here.
It's also not just Chapel Hill. There's 2 or 3 other communities besides Chapel Hill that are involved, and folks from the university. And so it's quite an undertaking.
Thank you.
We had a similar visit a few years ago from Lexington, Kentucky. So, Councilmember Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councilmember Anglin noting to the community about the AIDS Walk. That's an important point that some folks in the community might not have been aware about. I want to respond tonight to one of the speakers that spoke about the city's debt management. It's certainly true that the city has increased its debt in recent years, but we've done so to invest in our infrastructure. Examples are water pipes, sewer pipes, and a massive expansion and renovation of our water treatment facility. A lot of people in this community have unfortunately experienced water main breaks in their neighborhoods, and any of them will certainly tell you that building new water pipes is a good thing for this community. But unfortunately, Mr. Floyd, and I appreciate him coming to the council to express his concerns, but he made a few misstatements. The city's outside bond analyst recently issued a report analyzing the city's debt, and the city was commended for using prudent financial planning. The city of Ann Arbor was also praised for carrying a lower debt ratio than comparable local governments in Michigan. And in response to the city's solid financial planning, our bond rating was recently upgraded by not one, but by 2 Wall Street bond rating agencies. A higher bond rating means lower interest rates will be paid by the city when we issue bonds, as all cities routinely do, and that will save taxpayers money. I wanted to respond to those comments because that is an important issue about which many people have expressed interest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there other communications from council? Someone please move approval of the council minutes of the regular session of August 18, 2008. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion and corrections or changes to those minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. Someone please move the consent agenda. Moved by Councilmember Teal, seconded by Councilmember Rapundolo. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Kunstman.
Yes, I'd like to remove CA 7, please.
CA 7. Further discussion of the consent agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. CA7, resolution to approve a service purchase order with Coach's Catastrophe Cleaning and Restoration Services for cleaning and sanitation services for sanitary sewer backups at single and multifamily dwellings. Moved by Councilman, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion of CA7. Councilman.
The reason I'm asking to pull this out, there's a couple things in here that caught my attention. One is that we're abiding by a 1998 policy that was not fully addressed in the caucus question response, whether or not it came to council or not back then in 98. And the question that I have is, if we're cleaning people's basements or whatever from sanitary sewer backups, that's one thing, but are we also then paying for damages for loss of belongings? Because obviously they're going to be losing things in their basements besides carpeting. And that so I'd like to know if that's going through the insurance fund, or is it also going through our water department?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you for raising that, Councilmember Kunzelman, because I think it's something that a lot of people don't have a clear idea about. A lot of homeowners don't. I sit on the insurance board along with our treasurer, Mr. Horning, and we sit monthly with our risk manager and with members from the city attorney's office to discuss claims that are made against the city, some of which are from some of these sewer backups. We are only under a law that was a state law that was amended in, I believe it was 2000. We are only liable for the damages caused by a sewer backup if there is a proven defect in the system. So in the vast majority of cases, the city has governmental immunity and is not liable for replacing objects or parts of buildings that are damaged because of sewer backup. So when we send in, or when we have the homeowner call in Coach's Cleaning to come and clean up when there has been a sewer backup, there is a waiver signed saying that we are not necessarily admitting liability if we pay for this cleanup. And we do this, we provide this service to the homeowner because there is a health issue, of course, when there is some kind of sewer backup. So the fact that the basement or whatever part of the house may be damaged is cleaned and made sanitary and healthy for the homeowner does not mean that we will pay for any replacement. Often the homeowners do have insurance that covers that. And again, we would only be liable for that kind of replacement if there is a defect in the system.
Thank you so much.
Further discussion of CA7? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, and Chapter 57, subdivision and land use control of Title V of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor regarding citizen participation. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion of B1. Councilmember Briere?
I actually think that earlier and broader notification that a development is planned will give us all an opportunity to be involved. If it's a significant development that could have an impact on existing neighborhoods and surrounding properties, this involvement will take place before the developer begins working with planning department. The developer's investment in the plans will still be small, and it will be possible to adjust them in response to neighborhood concerns. Listening to the neighbors and listening from their experiences with traffic snarls, stormwater issues, parking congestion, and other infrastructure concerns can enable developers to design new projects that fit existing neighborhoods in size, scale, mass, impervious surface, and impact on the environment. Listening to the neighbors, really listening, can also help with neighborhood buy-in. In other cases where the development will not make as significant an impact, we are extending the circle of notification so more neighbors will become aware that a development is planned. In this manner, we'll be able to notify neighborhoods adjacent to large, open, undeveloped land that previously would not know about the planned development until they saw the ground being prepared for building. In both cases, we will also notify citizens interested in the planning process, neighborhood organizations around the city, city planning commissioners, and city council members of each possible new project before it begins. There are no guarantees that every developer and every neighborhood will work together seamlessly, but by creating a process of early notification and early involvement, we may answer the real sense that in our neighborhoods that we, their representatives, aren't listening but only represent development interests. We may also help empower the citizens just a little bit. I'll be supporting this.
Further discussion? Councilmember Pundlow.
I too will be supporting this. I think as one of the speakers earlier commented, I've sort of been on both sides of this issue, having addressed this body in years past as a neighborhood leader. And I must say that it's been my experience that when the public is allowed input early in the process, it generally has made for a more constructive and positive outcome. I do have a question for staff, though, so I don't know if Mr. Lloyd or Ms. Pulsifer is available. My question relates to projects that are not subject to public review but are administrative. And in fact, a good example is precisely the one that we're going to have a public information meeting about on Wednesday evening. Clarify for me how those will be dealt with under these new regulations, if at all.
Sure. Good question. For any type of, these are, the ordinance is intended to address those petitions that require public hearings of some sort. So there's two types. There's the major projects, which would be PUDs, planned projects, and the like. And then there's the other type that requires a public hearing but is not described as one of those major type of projects. On those types of projects that require public hearings, the petitioner, the notification area has been expanded from 300 feet to 500 feet from the petition site. And in addition, the petitioner for those types of projects will have some requirements for notifying citizens shortly after their petition is submitted about the project. So citizens will learn earlier in the process rather than just 2 weeks before the public hearing is scheduled, so much earlier in the process, actually. And then there'll be some additional requirements for discussions they have with their neighbors, that those be documented and submitted to our unit and also to Planning Commission and City Council.
If I could add to that, with regards to the Gaddy's Ridge property, I think is what you were referring to, you'll also notice on this evening's agenda there's an item on here to give consideration to modifying the city's ordinance with regard to lot accessibility. Under those circumstances, a project of that nature would then be required to go through the process as it goes through site planning, if in fact it triggers the requirements for site planning, which would then fall under the provisions to conform with the proposed ordinance here with regards to citizen participation. But anything up to that, as it stands, an administrative approval, if you will, does not have an additional notification requirement, nor is there an additional public process, if you will, associated with that. And as Connie was mentioning, this is just for projects that trigger the public hearing process.
I appreciate that. And we'll get to the other matter later, and because as you well know, and many discussions that you and I have had, that certainly does not get to some other issues with regards to those small developments. And I'm wondering if if the staff is so inclined to at least be able to place the plans for these small developments that would come in under administrative review on the website. Perhaps not necessarily have a notification, because I appreciate that that might be overly burdensome given the scale, but nonetheless, the neighbors, what have you, where it was clearly designated as being in part of a certain part of the city, an area, and that at the very least, nearby neighborhood associations could be notified and at least indicated that the plans are available on the website for viewing, and that any questions could be directed, obviously, to staff. Because what I'd like to see is at least minimize or avoid the kinds of things that certainly have led to the situation at Geddes Ridge. That's obviously just a current example. It's by no means an exhaustive one. So,
Yeah, if I could, there are some very exciting efforts underway to ensure that additional information is in fact put on the city's webpage in a number of ways that folks could actually sign up for certain types of information that they might want to receive information on. And so that's an ongoing effort, and that should be something that you'll be seeing, I would hope, within the next several months.
Any more questions for staff? Thank you. Further discussion of B1. Councilman Rangley.
I'd like to thank all the work that the council people have done on this, particularly Councilman Briere, for bringing this forward to us, and the staff for helping to make this happen, and all the other citizens who have made contributions. This is here simply because of citizen participation. And I think that's a perfect example of why this is so important. That the more people who have a voice in government, the stronger government is, and much more effective.
Further discussion of B1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS 15, resolution authorizing summary publication of ordinance number 8929, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 zoning and Chapter 57 subdivision land use control of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Arbor regarding citizen participation. Moved by Councilmember Briere, second by Councilmember Rapundelow. Discussion on DS 15. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, the rezoning of .21 acres from R1C, single-family dwelling district, to PUD, Planned Unit Development, African American Cultural and Historical Museum, 1528 Pontiac Trail. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion on C1. Councilmember Briere.
The Palamas House was moved to Pontiac Trail to save it. It was an amazing sight as it moved across the Broadway Bridge, and it's a really nice fit for the neighborhood as the house is gradually settled into its new location. Now, we on council are being offered the opportunity to approve a new use for this old house. Here in the heart of what was once the hotbed of abolitionist activities in Michigan and one of Ann Arbor's most historic integrated neighborhoods, we have the opportunity to approve a planned unit development for the African American Historical and Cultural Museum. I support this on first reading.
Further discussion on C1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. C2, an ordinance to amend Section 430 of Chapter 47, Streets, Private Street Standards, to repeal Section 577 of Chapter 55, Zoning, Lot Accessibility, and replace it with a new Section 577, Zoning, Lot Accessibility, to amend Section 5122 of Chapter 57, Subdivision and Land Use Control, Site Plans, to amend Section 560 of Chapter 62, Landscape and Screening, Intent, and to add a new Section 5603.1 of Chapter 62, Landscape and Screening, Private Streets and Driveway Buffers of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor regarding lot accessibility and private street standards. Moved by Councilmember Easthope, seconded by Councilmember Kunzelman. Discussion on C2. Councilmember Rapundelow.
Just to give some background on this, This really addresses somewhat of a loophole, if you will, in our ability to regulate development of a much smaller scale, and largely ones that come about through land divisions that are, of course, subject to some strict state laws. And heretofore, we've really been unable to regulate single parcels. They typically come in as under administrative review. And what's being presented here is at least a partial attempt to begin to regulate those small number of parcels that come in and that have to, are required really to share a private drive. And as a result of that private drive, what's being proposed here, in fact, begins to regulate at least the piece that is adjacent to that drive, not necessarily every aspect of the parcels that would be part of such a small development. So that just wanted to give some context to why this is before us.
Further discussion of C2? Councilmember Councilman.
I'll be supporting this amendment. It's been something that I've been advocating for some time, both on council and previously when I was on the Planning Commission. As Councilmember Rapundolo has mentioned, it is something that is a result of a change in state law when the Land Division Act was amended years ago in the 1990s. It created a rush of or property splits that basically allowed everybody who was a property owner at the time to become a developer by splitting off part of their property, whether it's the front yard or the backyard or both, in platted and unplatted areas, platted meaning platted subdivisions. And hence, we saw the densification of our neighborhoods. We saw people coming in and just buy some property and do the splits. Didn't have to do anything much else because it became administrative. And next thing you know, we saw houses in front of houses. And particularly, this is very dear to me because it happened in my old neighborhood that I grew up in over near Miller and Maple. And it truly does wreck the character of the neighborhoods when you start looking out the windows into the backyard or into somebody else's patio window from your front door, or going down the street, and that case. And so, but in addition to that, the law did allow for local municipalities to control access, and that's what this is all about. It's controlling access. We still do not have the ability to stop a land division, but we do have the ability to control access, and that's what this ordinance change is all about. I think it looks like it's to be very thorough. It looks like staff is doing their best to make sure that it covers all the bases. We know that no ordinance can do it all, but we know that we can certainly give it our best shot. And so for that, I do believe it's very important that we move forward with this ordinance, and hopefully we'll prevent the further deterioration of some of our neighborhoods where we have 3/4 acre parcels like in my old neighborhood, and watch the character of that neighborhood be destroyed by a developer or by property owners who can buy something very cheaply and then turn around and sell parcels. So this will go a long way in controlling that.
Further discussion of C2? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. C3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 47, Streets of Title IV of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor regarding the Ann Arbor Sidewalk Vendor Program. Moved by Councilmember Councilman, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion of C3. Councilmember Councilman.
Well, this too is not a long time coming, but it certainly has been something that has taken the staff, I think, a little more time than they thought it was initially because it is requiring some ordinance changes. But again, this gives teeth to our enforcement officers out there in the streets and the sidewalks to take control of the streets where sidewalk vendors had been basically leaving their sidewalk carts parked and locked up to light posts, to bicycle racks, as if the sidewalk became their personal storage facility. It is something that certainly allows for sidewalk vendors to continue operation. We've seen there are vendors out there that do play by the rules and good practices. They take their carts back to their commission area where they can make sure it's cleaned. Leaving it out in the streets, obviously 24/7, 365 days a year is not a good place for a cart to be left, knowing if you were going to be buying something from it in the following day. I guess the one thing that I must admit is, did we need this ordinance if in fact we can be going ahead and towing sidewalk vendor carts? Because I saw a sidewalk vendor cart being towed the other day in front of the federal building, which I thought was pretty remarkable given what experiences we've been having. So, but knowing that it will work, knowing that the vendors will continue to conduct business out on the sidewalks, the city sidewalks, let's not say, because this is not U of M sidewalks. And it makes for sidewalk vending to be fair among the vendors, because those vendors that were leaving their sidewalk or their vending carts parked obviously weren't paying their full share of the business activity, where other vendors were taking their vendor carts home, with the cost of gas, with the cost of labor and things of that nature. So this equalizes the vending field out there, out there in the community. So again, I look for your support. I know it's been a kind of a contentious issue in some cases, thinking that we're running vendors out of town, but that's not happening by any means. It is going to make for a more equal vending program, and so again, I'll look for your support.
Councilmember Teal.
I have a question about, I know it's on page 313, section 10. I understand the need for not locking it up and, not leaving it over 24 hours and having somebody there with the cart. But down at the bottom of the paragraph, it talks about moving a cart, onto a sidewalk, provided no person shall place or remove such a vendor cart or other similar non-motorized apparatus on or from a sidewalk by driving or otherwise moving it over a curb. And I'm confused what otherwise could mean. If you don't drive it, then how do you get it over a curb?
Yeah, the idea was to minimize the impact that some of these carts are having that are going up over top of curbs and breaking curb faces. That was part of the problem, particularly with those that were of a size that needed to be maneuvered by utilizing a motorized vehicle. We found it very difficult to control the size of them other than by putting some restriction on with regards to only being able to move them up onto the curb utilizing a motorized vehicle. So they had to be hand moved up onto the curb. This doesn't preclude them from moving it. The idea is to allow and to help to, let me think, facilitate, let's say, moving carts onto curbs by going through a driveway access or a corner access, as opposed to having to push it up over top of a curbed area. If you've got a rolled curb, it's probably an easier move, but if you've got a square-faced curb, it would be a very difficult thing to do.
I'm confused. So,
Okay.
so you're asking them to use a driveway if it's there?
Absolutely, use a driveway and/or a curb cut at a sidewalk intersection.
Okay, but this really speaks to the motorized apparatus, to move it there. Well, it's that a non-motorized vendor cart may be located on the sidewalk, notwithstanding any other provision of the Ann Arbor City Code to the contrary, provided no person shall place or remove such a vendor cart or similar non-motorized apparatus on by driving or otherwise moving it over a curb. So you're just asking them not to move it over a curb.
Actually, that's the way that's written. That's a good catch. I don't believe the intent was to preclude a cart that could be moved up onto a sidewalk by hand. So I would have to take another look at that particular 3 or 4 words there to determine how and what the intent of that was. Because I know the idea when we worked on this was to simply preclude the size and type of carts that would need to be moved up onto a sidewalk, if you will, by using a motorized vehicle. That way we knew we were limiting the size and minimizing the damage that might occur. So I'll have to check on that. I know there were some modifications to this once it went through the process, so I'm going to have to get back in touch with
Okay,
some folks to just button that down for you.
thank you.
And we'll clarify that point.
Councilmember Higgins?
I think this is kind of an example of some of the things we struggle with. As we're working on something, it seems very clear because you're dealing with it right then, but when we come back and we read it in context with everything else, it's not crystal clear. And there's ambiguity here. I'm concerned when we say that, you know, they may be located on the sidewalk, notwithstanding any other provision of the Ann Arbor City Code to the contrary. I would like to think that somehow we would have looked that up and made sure it wasn't contrary to any city code. I think that's our responsibility to look at that.
I appreciate that. I think that's for now and any time in the future that there might be a modification that was to occur, that someone may not look back to this section. It would also cover that, but that's a very good point.
And if there is, I think it should be listed. I don't think we should have people having to look through thousands of pages of code trying to find out what's contrary to code.
Thank you.
Further discussion of C3? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. Mr. Rapunelo, do something?
If it would be possible to take a quick break.
Quick break right here? Yes, we can take a short recess. We're back. DC1, the resolution recognizing Ann Arbor Gold Fast Pitch as a civic, nonprofit organization operating in Ann Arbor for the purpose of obtaining a charitable gaming license. Moved by Councilmember Easthope, seconded by Councilmember Rapundelow. Discussion on DC1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB1, resolution to approve 42 North Site Plan Development Agreement and Wetland Use Permit, 15.32 acres, 1430 South Maple Road. Moved by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion on DB1. Councilmember Higgins.
Could we have a staff who could speak to us about wetland mitigation? I have a couple of questions.
You guys want to identify yourselves?
Sure. I'm Matt Kowalski, city planner for the project.
I'm Laura Tremore Spears from Natural Area Preservation.
Brad Rupel from the building department.
Okay, my question is, can you explain to us, we have 3 creek sheds that originate off of this site. Can you tell us what we are doing for wetland mitigation with these creek sheds?
Well, the wetland mitigation is all in one location. I guess I'm not sure what the breadth of...
Are you asking specifically per watershed, or are you asking for the project overall? You're asking per
For both.
watershed?
For all of it.
For all of the entire
Take us through
project?
it. Yep.
I mean, Brad, can you address the section where it, allows the mitigation on one site for all the watersheds because it's at the top of the hill?
Oh, is that what you're looking for?
I think so.
Section that allows?
You'll need to speak,
Correct.
move over and speak to the microphone.
Correct.
You're looking for the code section that allows the mitigation in the one location, is that? Chapter 60 is our wetland-specific ordinance, and there's a section here on, let me find it, 5213, subsection 5B. This is the section that talks about the mitigation needing to be within one of the same sub-watersheds that the use is located in. And the key sentence here is, if the proposed wetland use is not within one of the foregoing sub-watersheds, then mitigation may be within the Huron River direct discharge area. So basically, since they're in 3 sub-watersheds, the mitigation is located within Honey Creek and meets that requirement.
Is some of the wetland mitigation going to the Hanson wetland area, and is that within the Honey Creek watershed?
No, the wetland mitigation area is, the outlet from the wetland mitigation area is going towards the highway. There's a drainage ditch that the DEQ regulated wetlands on site all go to the drainage ditch along the highway. So the mitigation area ultimately drains out in that direction towards the highway.
Mr. Postma has something to add, I
Councilmember,
believe.
I think they're referring to, they said B, I believe it's subsection C that deals with mitigation, the actual location of the mitigation. Is that correct?
C is if Public Services determines a more suitable location for the mitigation, then it can be located pretty much anywhere. But it did meet, under section B, it did meet the requirement of being within one of the sub-watersheds where the disturbance is located.
Maybe I don't know if this addresses some of the question too at Part C, was that it would be impractical to try to replicate the wetland functions that we want, when you build a mitigation, it's to replace the wetland functions that are being lost. And because we have a lot of little wetlands that are down to, 76 square feet in size, it's far more practical to combine them all into one mitigation area. You get better wetland function by having one large wetland mitigation area as opposed to trying to split it out into much smaller ones.
Okay.
Don't go far. Councilmember Briere.
I think this is a question for Brad. When was the last time, if you can find a record of this, that wetland mitigation was built like this, and I have to do that as a squishy concept of like this, on a equally or slightly higher low-quality land? I understand this is considered very low-quality wetland that is being mitigated off-site, frankly. This is off-site mitigation. And that the reason the planning department and you all have allowed this to move off-site is because this is low-quality land. And that is considered okay, even though our ordinances say it should be done preferably on-site, because this is low-quality land, low-quality wetlands. So I want to know when the last time was that an equally low-quality wetlands were mitigated off-site.
I don't believe that this meets the definition of off-site.
Of course it does. It's not being mitigated on the land belonging to this lot.
Under 57, it is labeled off-site mitigation, but then Chapter 60 allows flexibility for wetlands.
I understand.
And, but as far as another project that had mitigation located off-site, I was talking to Jerry Hancock, and he wasn't able to recall any project that had a similar condition as this one.
Burton Commons is one that was approved that had similar low-quality wetlands that were mitigated. The on-site language in many ways relates to the DEQ definition of on-site, which is, this would meet the DEQ definition of on-site.
But it doesn't meet our ordinance definition of on-site?
When you walk through the on-site definition, I don't know, let me just try this, because we did talk about this with Jerry and Kevin McDonald earlier today. If the city determines that it's practical to replace the wetland resource values, it should be provided on-site where practical and beneficial. And it's not practical to try to build a wetland mitigation in a place that's upslope from where the water will ultimately be. It's practical to build it on the lowest spot where all the drainage area flows to one area, because that's the way that you can replace the wetland functions and values.
I understand, but that wasn't my question.
The code doesn't specifically define site. In this
I'm
case.
sorry.
In that case. And the Chapter 60 is the one that they're referring to for the governance of the wetland mitigation factor. It's Chapter 60 for the wetland subject section.
As you walk through the Section 5, it should be provided on-site where practical and beneficial to the wetland resources. If that doesn't apply, it should be provided in the immediate vicinity. And if it can't be provided in the immediate vicinity, because it's determined by the Public Services Administrator to be inappropriate and impractical, then it can be considered to be built elsewhere. So I think we are at point C here of Section 5 of this, because it's not practical to build a mitigation wetland up at the top of slope.
And that wasn't my question.
Your question was whether or not there was one that we could define as having been done recently or at any time.
Yes.
And the answer to that is there's not one. Other than public project that the city would have done, and we've used our own public land elsewhere off that particular site to build mitigation, but not a private project. So I hope that answers it. And furthermore, with regards to this project, as I think everybody is aware, is currently you've got a single large parcel of land with all of the wetlands and everything contained within that same existing parcel. If this project is approved or dealt with, that property will then be divided, and it's only at that time would it be considered to be off-site. Otherwise, if they built everything on the property right now today, which they could if they didn't divide it and sell it off to someone, and they built the project as we've had it presented to us, for that matter, it was being built by the current owner and they weren't selling it, it would all be on-site. I think that would answer that question, so you wouldn't have the off-site issue. But once they divide it, technically you've got an off-site mitigation, if you will, so that's why.
If we were to approve this tonight, it would be off-site. So,
Based on the site plan, it would not be on the plan that is the subject of this particular project. It would be on the site of the existing parent parcel as it exists today. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
And just to point out, that is covered by, this is covered by 2.13 subsection 5C. Laura pointed out correctly, that is the applicable section that does allow mitigation considered elsewhere, and that would be off-site.
but it's not been
Yes.
done before.
Correct, it's not been done before in a private project.
Councilmember Higgins, did you have any more questions?
I'll pass for right now.
All right. Councilmember Briere, are you finished for now? Councilmember Rapunzel.
I just had a quick question then, because I'm confused, because I thought Burton Commons, in fact, had something comparable. I mean, that hasn't been built, but it's approved, correct?
Burton Commons, the mitigation was on site, but there were low-quality wetlands being removed, and they're pocket wetlands, correct? But it was not, the mitigation was done on site, but they were lower-quality wetlands that were removed. But the mitigation was done off-site, but it was moved, it's not where the wetlands were moved and the mitigation was moved, but it's still on site. But in a different location than previous.
They were enhancing the existing wetland on the
On the
second site.
Correct.
Councilman.
I was a little confused also by the comment, if they split it. Is it possible then to build this project without splitting the parcel?
Well,
I mean, a church and a apartment complex on the same parcel?
oh, yeah.
Yeah?
The code would allow that, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, both are permitted uses on that parcel of land, and you sure could do that, yeah. Obviously, you've got different property ownership interests at play here with the developer and the church owners, but you could do that, sure.
Okay.
Further discussion of DB1? Councilmember Kunzman?
All right, I'm coming back. It's not about wetlands, though. It's about parking. So you don't have to stand up there. And I've already said this. I said this, I think, in the last time this came up, and I may have said it even before then in the other one. There's too much parking. And there's nothing in our code that says that they can get as much parking, or in our code says that this project has a minimum requirement of 180 parking spaces. They're asking for 494. They're asking for a standard of one parking place per bed, all right, where our code typically goes by unit. Because it's not in the code doesn't mean they get it. All right, this is a gray area as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's actually, it's not specified, and just because the developer asked for it doesn't mean I have to approve it or grant it, as far as I'm concerned. What if it was 600 like it was before? All right, it's an unreasonable request when it comes to the amount of parking. There is no standard that I can think of anywhere in this community where apartment complexes get or have today existing one parking place per bed. In fact, most of the apartment complexes that we have out there, you can see that there's numerous vacant parking places because the standard as they are right now are based on 1950s suburban type development standards where everybody had to have a car. That standard is long gone. We know that's long gone. So the standard that I'm going to be holding to is that we got to stay close to the minimum amount of parking. And at this point, it's 180. I mean, they're asking for over 2 times the minimum amount of parking for this project. I'll be voting no. I'll be voting no, even if they wanted to amend their parking at this point, because obviously this project needs to go back to the table and come back with something more reasonable. And I would ask my fellow colleagues to also vote no as well. Thank you.
Further discussion of DB1. Councilmember Easto.
Last time we were here, my colleagues were kind enough to give an adjournment to have another independent parking study done that reported to council to go over the issues. When I had met with staff, and I appreciate there was a ton of staff members present at this meeting, and I appreciate all their assistance. It was a long meeting, and we really worked on the issues. What we came from that meeting was we determined that we would ask for independent peer review that would report directly to council. And we got a copy of that, and it identified some issues that in the executive summary that they considered problematic. And I wanted to, if Mr. Lloyd or somebody could just address some of those. My issue going into this, and I want to be clear on this, was I thought that the issues under our code with the stormwater and some of the other issues were, in my mind, addressed. The issue that I was concerned most about, especially for the neighbors, was an issue of traffic because of some of the surrounding areas. And I was worried that that would be the biggest impact on the neighbors. The issue that I agree with the neighborhood most on this issue is that this is the wrong place for this development because of the student population and the potential for problem. However, I don't believe that legally that is a good enough reason for me to vote no on the project. While I agree with you, and I've always held the view that the proper place for these types of development belong downtown, especially with students not out in the neighborhoods. This is certainly going to, what the effect, I think, if this development is approved, is that it's going to end up, we're going to end up changing our zoning. And I think this goes back to our earlier issue with citizen input, but I think if the developers had come and said, where's a good place to put this that will be acceptable to the community, instead of finding a place that's met their needs, I think this would have been a different location. But again, I don't believe the fact that a student development in and of itself is a reason why I can vote no, although I agree and sympathize with my neighbors. The issue I have leaned on in this is the parking, or I mean, not the parking, but the traffic. And our independent review, peer review, brought up some issues, and I wanted Mr. Lloyd to address those issues that were brought up in it.
Well, Mr. Pat Colley is here, and he's the city's traffic engineer who's reviewed all of that in conjunction with Les Sipkowski, as well as Homiyoon Peruz, who reviewed traffic on behalf of the city, and I think he's the best person to address that for the council this evening.
And did you have a chance to review the executive summary? That's what I'm going off of.
Yeah.
In the third paragraph, it just says, we have identified several issues we consider problematic. Can you touch on those issues that they pointed out in the independent review?
There was some issues in the developer's traffic impact study that they had submitted. At the time that they had first developed it, we had a number of construction projects going on, and there were some problems with the laneage that they put in to do their analysis. They did some revised analysis, submitted that as well earlier this year, and in looking at some of that, when they did their peer review, some of that didn't reconcile. They got some supplemental information, double-checked, make sure we're still looking at the same level of service values that were reported, and we were getting similar results. That we're going to get levels of service ranging from A to D in the study area.
One of the things I read is that the level of service for Liberty at Maple and Maple at South Churchill dropped to a D level of service in the PM. And I read an explanation from Mr. Sukowski that's saying that that is going to be acceptable based on what? Why is that going to become an acceptable level of service?
Well, there's two different things that we did look at today, since we just got that information late on Friday. The analysis that they did was simply looking at Maple. To really get an accurate look at that, we need to factor in what would be the effect of the Stadium and Liberty signal as well. If you look at that corridor by itself, that signal is just then analyzing it as having random arrivals. Traffic's going to come in a random manner. In reality, because of that signal, they're going to come in a platoon fashion. You're going to get a little bit different results. What we saw when we run, we have a larger network that we use to maintain our signal timings, that, post-development, assuming nobody used transit, we're still going to be level service C at that intersection. The second part of it was where we did touch on level of service D as possibly being acceptable. There is, kind of a shift in the industry to look at lower level service as being acceptable. The level of service C is maybe a more conservative approach used more for freeway design, that maybe it's not always applicable in an urban area. We've recently experienced that in the city, with the Northeast Area Plan. They've used level service D as an acceptable threshold. In that project, there's discussion in the transportation plan update of possibly changing our traffic impact standards to allow level service C, level service D in certain areas, but that's all in draft form.
But our current plan for this area says C. Is that
Yeah, what we currently have says that we want to look at level service C or, maintain level service that we have.
It says that that the review, the independent review, noted that most, though not all, technical problems were corrected. Most important, the trip generation was based on no transit reliance, 0% by bus. Were those things that, and it says though not all were corrected, can staff touch on what if there's anything outstanding?
I don't think there was anything critical in some of the issues they brought up. They had different philosophies as far as using a peak hour factor in the analysis, whether you use a peak hour factor which normalizes the hourly flow to more of a 15-minute basis. Should that be on an approach basis? Should it be on a single movement? Should it be on the overall intersection? There was comments of that nature that is more what their style of looking at the analysis would be.
Okay. It ends by saying the city should discuss potential mitigation measures for this development. What does that mean? I mean, creating new lanes, new stoplights, and have those discussions taken place with the developer?
We had discussions internally today looking at that, because like I say, that was the end of the day Friday. Okay, if we have some level service going to C to D, usually that's a trigger. Okay, we got to do some mitigation to get it to level service C. Right off the bat, like I said, we took our larger model that we use for signal timings, looked at what we get if we look at it on a system basis instead of an individual intersection, and we could, achieve a level service C just through changing signal timings, changing offsets to get better progression, like say across Liberty is one of the things we're looking at.
Okay, so I guess the key for me though is that the thing that could change the level of service though is the development, correct? That would be the trigger that would take it from a C to a D.
Yeah, from what they reported to.
And so when that happens, and staff, as Mr. Lloyd can concur, we spent a lot of time on this issue the other day in our meeting. If the development is the trigger for the change in service level, then technically, I don't know if it's by code or it's by our policy, then the developer usually has to foot the bill, for lack of a better term, to make that mitigation happen.
Yeah, if there's a nexus between the impact of the development and whatever might be the resulting problem, then yes, that would be negotiated early on. In the instance of of traffic planning, if you will, what's been explained on that is that this is a situation that is discovered typically after the fact. If you are looking at a project and finding, in this case, that this is borderline between C and D, you've got one review of analysis, actually two that show it at level C and one coming in at level D. And as Pat was explaining with regards to the city's expanded review area coming in at level C, we wouldn't necessarily see that, but we would still continue to monitor the project in the future. And if it was determined that there were problems associated with timing and levels of service, in this particular instance, what's been determined, even if it went to level D immediately, that it would simply be a matter of coordinating traffic signalization and timing, not new lane configurations or other hardware needing to be installed. So it's really a matter of timing the signals, and that's not something that the developer would do or help us with. We would do that because we manage the infrastructure.
And I can appreciate that. I understand that the service, the timing of the lights is a city issue, but in our meeting, we talked extensively of whether a new light would have to be put in, new turn lanes, depending on the left turn lane or right turn lane. I guess what I'm getting at is, and I'll cut to the chase, is there security, and Mr. Phillips is here and people from the development. If that comes to a point, what is the city process for making sure that if there is going to be those kind of changes needed beyond the timing, how is that done with the developer? Is that in part of the development agreement?
Right now, that's not included in the development agreement. There's no provision in the development agreement requiring that the developer pay for any and all traffic mitigation associated with the project.
All right. I would.
It's not required in the development agreement, but he would have, they would have to meet code. That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I want to be sure on that, because if it's code, when we were discussing this, I know it's a policy that we do this, but I don't know if that it's code that it's the developer's required, and I just, when we're talking about this neighborhood, and I don't know if the developers want to come up here and address this issue so we can, if it's not code, it's certainly something that I would want put in there, because if it comes down to that issue, once the development is put up and we find that there's a significant drop in the level of service that's going to require more than timing, the city is not in a great position to become a collection agency.
Could you tell me which intersection you're talking about?
I think they're talking about Scioto, and they're talking about Maple, Liberty and Maple. There's two intersections that they're talking about, which would be on either side of the development. So I don't know if the city attorney can tell me how he thinks we should best proceed in that, but for me to vote on this, I would think that there need to be some kind of understanding that would take place.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Pundlow.
if Councilmember Eastoe would permit me there.
A little louder, please.
If Councilmember Eastoe would permit me, I have a question that may pertain to the relevance of that, because I have some confusion as to the numbers that were utilized in the peer review. Can you clarify for me whether since we were attesting to a D level of service, were the numbers that were used relative to the 160 units in the original proposal, or the 120 units that are in the current proposal? Because that was not made clear, and if so, that's a 25% reduction, which may have relevance on, in fact, the impacts that then may trigger whether or not mitigation.
You still have the floor, Councilman Eastoe.
It's not really that relevant, because the issue that came up when Mr. Lloyd had spoke to is that you really don't find this out until it's built. And so you don't know how the level of service is truly going to change until after it's in. And so even if it's 120 or 160 based on the numbers, it's still a possibility that could exist based on the numbers that they ran. So I would hate to foreclose that possibility by saying, well, the numbers are different, until we see what happens with the development. And I'm not going to be around to bring that up, so.
I was not.
Councilmember
I was
Pundlow.
no way suggesting that to preclude that option. I'm simply saying that it may be that the conclusions that were derived may in fact not be of that great significant impact because of the source of the numbers. That's what I'm trying to get addressed, that's all.
I can respond to that question. I'm not sure.
Mr. Lloyd?
It was based on the 160 units, not the 120 that's proposed today. So it was based on the higher number, taking a worst-case scenario to do the analysis, similar to the traffic study itself, was utilizing a worst-case scenario, not a beneficial scenario. It's using the higher numbers to ensure that you've got as least impactful a result as you can get. And I think that's a 25% reduction in the number of units.
Mr. Postma, were you going to add something on that point? Councilmember Higgins.
Well, one of the things as we're talking about this traffic study is we heard last night that the issue of a level service D at Scioto Church and the coordination of that light with Oak Valley. Mr. Sapowski today told us that the models prepared by MCI for 42 North Development didn't have the Oak Valley signal included in that analysis, and that's why they showed a D level. And when they compared those results, it shows that when those two are operating correctly, the level service is C, even with a zero transit, or level service is C, even with a zero transit use, which would include 42 North. So this is saying even with that level, that we won't go below a C level if we have those two lights operating in conjunction of one another, correct?
Correct. That's the same point I was trying to make with Liberty and Maple and Liberty and Stadium. You're going to get metered traffic. I mean, it's going to be held up by the signal that's at Oak Valley. It's not going to allow as much traffic to arrive, so that you'll see a better level of service at that individual intersection.
Well, I asked to have this looked at because he also stated that when you have power outages, it takes the timing out of sync, and we had several over this summer. So hopefully we're going to find out, because it's a terrible intersection right now.
Yeah.
My other concern is when you're also talking about this level of D at Mabel and Liberty, Oak Valley isn't our traffic light. We have to work with the road commission to do that. But both of these other traffic lights are within the city. So if we're saying that these are, they're fully actuated, and if the detection is doing as it's designed, why do we have a level D?
The level D is simply based on what you're estimating the delay will be at the intersection. And that takes, input. The primary input's gonna be the volume that comes and how it arrives at that intersection. They say if you factor in the adjacent intersection, you're getting traffic that's metered. It's not gonna arrive in the same fashion. So you'll see a little bit different delay values. It's really, borderline as to whether it's a level service C or level service D. And the threshold for level service D is you're gonna see an average delay of 35 seconds. I think in the first iteration, you're looking at delays, that were 36 seconds, and the second you're looking at 34. So it's just the borderline of where it is in a level of service scale. As far as going back, I'm not sure if this was part of your question, but the Oak Valley signal, it is a county signal, and the way we try to coordinate it is through time-based coordination, where they both have a clock. We synchronize the clock, so bam, it's 12 midnight at the same time. Because they're not interconnected, to always check that they are on the same time. If you get power surges, those clocks start to fluctuate, and they get out of timing over time. We can have the crews go back out in the field, resync them, and it'll work again, but it would slip over time again. Ultimately, the solution is to get an agreement with the county to interconnect those either through a hardwire or through radio means, which is probably more likely there because of the bridge.
But those are all areas that we can mitigate as a city.
Yeah.
And hopefully will.
Just for those who might be listening to this conversation and wondering about service level C and service level D, as I remember, we have several intersections that are service level D, and it's an acceptable level within the city.
Yeah, I mean, you would, think of that as a normal operation in a peak hour situation.
Further discussion on DB1? Councilmember Anglin.
So just for the driver to know what a level C is, could you tell us what it is? Could you tell the audience what that is?
Well, yeah, I mean, in general terms, if you're talking level of service, these are, A through F grading systems to try and give, some sort of subjective measure to the intersection. It's kind of like a report card you get at school. You get an A, you're doing good. You get an F, you're not doing so good.
I think I was referring to more the times of delay. Like, for instance,
Yeah.
are we expecting at a level C a 20-second delay, a 25-second, and then when you move to the other areas, you're waiting at that intersection a bit longer?
Yeah, level service C would be an average delay of 20 to 35 seconds. I believe a D is 35 to 50, and you get over 50, you're getting into the E and F range.
Further discussion on DB1? Councilmember Brier.
I will be voting no on the resolution, so you gentlemen may sit down at least for the moment. 42 North is proposed for a currently vacant lot owned by the Grace Bible Church on South Maple Road. This lot is zoned R4D, the highest density multifamily zoning in the city. The West Area Plan had recommended rezoning this lot to R1 if Grace Bible ever chose to sell the land. This rezoning never occurred. The lot is particularly significant as it's the highest point in the city, and its crest is where not one but 3 separate creek sheds feeding the Huron River rise. Allen's Creek, Mallett's Creek, and Honey Creek all start here on this truly unappreciated piece of land. There are 12 wetlands here. Several have been created by the accidental dumping of debris over a number of years. The soil is clay and does not perk. The land is home to several endangered species and currently forms a valuable habitat for wildlife. The developers have presented this council with a site plan that includes a wetland mitigation plan that places the mitigation off-site. This plan is necessary because by the siting of their buildings and parking lots, the developers are paving over 11 of the 12 existing wetlands, natural and man-made, with impervious surface. According to the City of Ann Arbor's subdivision and land use ordinances, chapters 57, section 5127, mitigation of natural features, shall be provided on site. However, where mitigation cannot be accomplished on site, all or part of the mitigation may be provided on public land within the city, if approved as part of a site plan. Additionally, according to Chapter 60, Chapter 5213, Wetlands Preservation Ordinance, mitigation section, wetlands mitigations must be provided on site where practical within the watershed if necessary, and only off-site if it's inappropriate and impractical to mitigate on-site. Staff members have stated here tonight that mitigation will take place on-site if the land is not sold by Grace Bible Church to Wood Partners. And while Grace Bible Church owns both sites tonight, everyone understands that the church will be selling the land to Wood Partners if this site plan is approved. Either Chapter 57 or Chapter 60 operates here, and neither fits the plan offered by the developer and approved by staff. I commend staff for their willingness to creatively solve problems while working with developers. Their efforts to find ways to resolve stormwater runoff and improve the mitigation of 3 creek sheds is impressive. They admit that this is the first time such mitigation has been approved off-site. However, innovation in this case has gone beyond that allowable by the ordinances and threatens the health, safety, and welfare of the city. Since the site plan violates the city's mitigation language in the land use ordinance and the wetlands preservation ordinance, council cannot legally determine that the site plan complies with all applicable local ordinances. Therefore, this project, with its present site plan, cannot be approved. And I will be voting no.
Further discussion on DB1? Councilmember Anglin.
I have some comments to make about the zoning ordinance, Chapter 55, Article 2, the uses sections as definitions. During the time of this project, we've listened to the extensive comments made by our own staff, the community, and experts, and opinions of colleagues here on City Council. And we've looked at the zoning ordinances for this district and I have concluded that there are significant reasons to deny the proposal. The zoning ordinance, Chapter 55, Article 2, Use Regulations, Section 5.1, defines which state that a family is a group of individuals occupying a unit as a single housekeeping unit in accordance with the standards of Section 5.7. In this case, as each leasee signs a separate lease, keeps a locked, separate room with no relationship to the others in the unit, the residents do not qualify as a family then under this definition. The zoning ordinance, Chapter 55, Article 2, Use Regulations 5.6, uses not expressly permitted are prohibited. It does not read uses not expressly permitted are allowed. It says they're prohibited. So unless we had in the code that we would allow this, then we could allow it. But in this case, since it is not here, this definition does not fit. Therefore, our own codes say the uses not expressly permitted are therefore prohibited. And I think therefore, in this case, I will say no to this development because we don't have it, I believe, in our rules to support this type of living arrangement. It doesn't seem to meet the criteria that we have in our own ordinances for use.
Further discussion of DB1? Councilmember Suarez.
In the interest of time, I'd just like to say that I agree with the statements made by Sabra. We spent considerable time talking about this before and actually during this, and I also will not be able to support this, so I'll be voting no.
Further discussion on DB1? Councilmember Higgins. Councilmember Higgins, we are keeping track of speaking times, and this is your final one.
Then I will pass.
Just following council rules. Councilmember Graydon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've given this project a lot of thought. The council has reviewed every email that we've received in excruciating detail. We've received them from the neighbors, certainly from the developer, from outside attorneys representing various parties, from the planning staff, the commission, as well as outside consultants. And I'm very grateful for the input from the neighborhood. The reason I'm grateful is because of their passion for their neighborhood and doing what they believe is in the best interest of their neighborhood. I respect the comments of my colleagues, Councilmembers Anglin and Breer. I have, after enormous review of this record and discussion with others, reached a different conclusion. And I do not agree with their conclusions, and I believe that this project does meet code. I will vote yes. I'm doing so reluctantly, and I'm going to explain that in just a minute. I want to emphasize again how helpful the neighbors have been, and I want to follow up on something Councilmember Easthope noted before. I think there are some folks who have been very honest about the fact that they don't support this project because it will house, or at least is targeted to house, students. I believe at least one person has actually suggested that some folks might support the project if it were instead targeted to senior housing. Frankly, I agree that senior housing is more appropriate for that area. I agree with Councilmember Eastope that student housing is not appropriate for that area. But, and I have to emphasize this enough, that is not a basis for this city to approve or deny a project. Now, I'm very grateful that my colleagues, Councilmembers Anglin, Councilmembers Breer, and Councilmember Suarez, are clearly not casting their vote against this project because of that issue. And that's important for the community to understand. But because that is not a basis on which we can reject or approve a project. I also think that this project, if built, and I'll get to that in a moment, will not have the negative impact that a lot of people fear that it will have on the community. We've heard some data about the traffic study and about potential mitigation efforts. The traffic study was clearly very conservative. It assumed 0% mass transit use. It assumed a higher number of units. Neither of those will apply. And this happens a lot where folks say, boy, I'm concerned about the negative impact a certain project is going to have in my community, and inevitably it simply doesn't come to fruition. I have a comment for the developer. As I indicated, I will be voting yes on this project tonight, but I do so very reluctantly. I believe that there is a rush by developers in this community to build new high-density student housing, and I think the market absolutely does not support it. Now again, no one at this table has indicated that they're voting yes or no because of this issue, but I think this is a very important message for this developer and other developers to hear. I believe that we are witnessing speculative development, and it's being pursued solely because it's the only product that the financial industry will currently loan money for in this very challenging economic climate. There's no way that the market supports all of the student housing that is proposed, and particularly I believe the student housing proposed in this area. We've seen that with existing projects. Just because a bank will give you money to build something doesn't mean that you should build it, and just because the city allows you to build something doesn't mean that you should build it. If approved, this and other projects that we're facing of a similar nature, and there's a lot of them right now, they're not all going to succeed. Some of them will fail. Hopefully all of them won't fail. And mark my words, that the city will expect the property owners, as we do of every property owner, to live up to the standards in the development agreement and to live up to all of our codes and to make sure you pay your taxes. We vigorously enforce our codes and ordinances, and that is important for everyone to understand. For these reasons, again, I think this is an ill-conceived project by the developer, but again, it's not the city's role to dictate the market. This meets code in my opinion, and I'll be voting yes.
Further discussion of DB1, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I've spoken about this project before a couple of times, and I just want to talk tonight about fairness. Fairness is what our ordinances protect. Fairness is what our Constitution, the United States Constitution and the Michigan Constitution protect. And if someone owns property, they have a right under those constitutions and under our ordinances to be treated fairly. And if a property owner petitions our city and goes through an entire process where they not only meet with the public, which in this case the developer did numerous times, not only meet with the public, but meet with our city staff, consult the city attorney, consult their own attorneys, and along the way are told that they must do certain things to comply with the ordinances, and then they do that, and they go for months and months in complying with all of those things. It is simply unfair to get to this point and find some sort of picayune little part of some minutia in an ordinance to then opine about without getting any confirmation from any real attorney about as to whether it is correct or not, to then use that to deny someone their property rights after they have gone through an entire process. That is unfair. It is unfair under anybody's standard, and it certainly is unfair under the Constitution, which protects property rights, and under our ordinances. So I think we ought to think about fairness, not only to the public, and I think the public has been treated very fairly in this case, but not only to all the people who are involved. I think we have to think about the fairness to the church, which is trying to properly use its property and properly exercise its rights, and the fairness to the developer, which has gone through a very lengthy petition process and has done everything that our ordinances ask of them.
Councilmember Keel.
Well, this is the toughest, the toughest decision that I've had to make on council. I appreciate everybody's input. I appreciate what Councilmember Lowenstein just stated, and what Councilmember Graydon also stated. In my gut, and I would like that this did not come before us in this manner, and that I could vote against it. I don't feel that I can use the same arguments in genuinely that have been stated to vote against it. I don't believe that they would actually stand up. Sorry. Again from college.
It's one of the problems with having kids.
So it's the second time that's happened, too. It's always her. In any case, I don't believe that those arguments would, in actuality, stand up. And I think that goes to what Councilmember Lowenstein was just pointing out about finding something that I could use to vote against this. I have been asked by neighbors to vote my conscience, and in actuality, my conscience tells me that I am elected to represent my constituents, but also to represent the whole city, and I don't feel that I can put the city at risk by finding some, as Councilmember Lowenstein put it, some minutia to vote against it. So I will be supporting this, but having said that, Councilmember Higgins and myself have talked about this and committed that if this does pass, that we will be watching how this goes forward, and we will be working with the neighborhood and with the developer to make sure that there aren't any problems as this moves forward. My hope is that the wetland mitigation will improve, as Mr. Hancock has told us, will improve the runoff and the water issues in the area. So that's my hope, and I will be voting in favor.
Further discussion on DB1? Councilmember Rapundlo.
Well, I think the last time I addressed this matter, I spoke to the need to study the facts and the data and make as objective a decision based on that data. And while I can empathize with some of the comments that have been made by Council Members Graydon and Teal with regards to what the future may or may not hold regards to market or the population that may or may not live there if approved. To me, those are all speculative, and assertions need to be backed up by hard data. And so I do appreciate very, very much the input that we've received from the neighbors. They've done, I think, an extraordinary job of challenging the data that's been presented by the petitioner, challenging the data that's been made by staff. And so when I've gone and deliberated on this, I've gone back to the source of the data, and I look at not only the absolute data, but the interpretations, the context of how those data have been interpreted, the consistency amongst different sets of data, and based on that, I guess I'm going to have to support the proposal. Let me speak to just a couple of issues where I've spent a considerable amount of time investigating. First of all, with regards to the zoning, I appreciate the comments made by Councilmember Briere about the sort of the inconsistency between the master plan and the zoning. And the master plan, the fact is that it is basically a plan and a policy set of guidelines. It is not legally binding. The zoning is, and that's the only standard by which we can address and approve or deny this proposal. And even, I think as some have expressed, that perhaps if the land was ever sold by the current owner, perhaps that zoning could be changed. But the fact is, only the owner, the property owner, can request a zoning change once that's already in place, and there's no encumbrance upon them to do so if they don't feel it necessary. Where I did spend a considerable amount of time is similar to Councilmember Briere as regards to wetlands. I've been in the role that the neighbors have played on many occasions. I'm sure much of the frustration and chagrin of the previous councils. And wetlands was certainly an area that I placed a lot of focus. And in the course of those site plan reviews, I got to know folks in the business like Dr. Jaworski and Dr. Tilton, probably the two best wetland experts in the state. And so as I looked at the data that was, in fact, I went through, Mr. Kowalski knows this and probably was puzzled why I went through every report there was for the entire site plan going back 2 years with regards to wetlands, and looked at the various iterations of the reports that Dr. Jaworski developed, culminating in the mitigation plan that was submitted, or at least accepted by the DEQ in its final form. And the fact is, as has been mentioned before, the quality of the wetlands are generally poor, and the mitigation plan that has been designed and approved by the DEQ, and they're the ones who ultimately have the say here, in fact, is being designed in such a manner as to improve the flows and ultimately the watersheds, and to ensure that the city's system and capacity are not negatively impacted. Second area, much like Councilmember Easthope, was in the area of traffic. I was very interested in having at the very least a peer review done. That was performed and that we discussed earlier. And here again, while there may be some small red flags that were raised, they certainly don't rise to the standard of justifying a denial, because they can in one form or another be mitigated. And so at least based on those examinations, as well as others related to crime statistics or reported statistics, where I too, like others, including neighbors, contacted the Champaign police and spoke at length with them. Talked with, in fact, our own officers who deal with the student population here. In fact, I was just out the other night where we discussed this. And again, I have to come back to that the data has to be in its proper context, and before we can really interpret it with some validity. So the short of it is that I don't think that any assertions that have been made have been validated enough to a threshold that would justify denial, and so I'll be supporting this proposal tonight.
Further discussion of DB1? Councilmember Suarez.
Okay, before I said I was going to be brief, but I have one more brief comment here. I am very sensitive to Councilmember Lowenstein's statement about fairness, and I was very close to voting yes on this. But earlier, I was given the impression that with respect to mitigation, that this was not the first off-site mitigation. Then I heard something different here when we questioned people more. And in response to what ordinances we're looking to here, I think the answer is that we must rely on the ordinances we do have when we are missing the ordinances that we should have had. An example of an ordinance that perhaps we shouldn't have had relates to the definition of family in ordinances, which is done very loosely. With this type of housing, which is greatly increasing in Ann Arbor, the landlord has the opportunity to move people into a unit without the consent of the other people within the unit, and I think we need to look at how far that type of housing extends beyond the campus area into the communities. We've seen that in the past, for example, with the development at the Elks Lodge, the planning there, the development was encouraged, but then unanimously turned down by council. And I think the problem is there that our ordinances and our planning process need improvement, and that there's too much of a gap between the leadership that makes our ordinance and the best citizens of the best interests of the citizens of Ann Arbor. We've seen in the past that council does respond when a bunch of people show up at meetings. Hopefully, with the new citizen participation ordinance, we will also see citizens provide that input early on that will also impact the creation of new and better ordinances. And I would hope that in the future, we see council become more connected and responsive to that sort of thing.
Further discussion of DB1. Councilman.
Well, I'm just going to kind of repeat a little bit what I said, as I'll be voting no against this. And from what I've heard, nobody's actually mentioned the issue that I brought up, and that's too much parking. We've talked about wetland mitigation, we've talked about traffic, we talked about whether or not it's student housing or whether it's senior housing or whoever's going to live there, the things that are really not going to pertain to the code. The parking is what's driving many of these issues. Parking area is creating impervious area, which creates a need for stormwater detention, which creates issues with traffic, which creates off-site issues as well. And again, our ordinance, and no ordinance, can address every permutation of a development project. And so for the fact that there's something missing in the ordinance does not mean that it's carte blanche approval for a developer to receive the benefit of what it is that they put on the table. Again, we are leaders in this community. We also get to say what gets to go on the table when our ordinance does not address it, in my opinion. I'm not an attorney. I've heard a number of attorneys sitting here at the table say that it meets code. Well, here's something that does not meet code because the code does not exist. There is no maximum number in terms of parking. So we hear about fairness, about the development process, but what's reasonable? This developer's put something on the table that is unreasonable. 494 parking spaces, one for every bedroom, one for every occupant plus 14 guests. Now, I would think that 480 people would have more than 14 guests when it comes time to have a little party. So then in that case, there's not enough parking under this standard that developer has put on the table. But again, there is no number, there is no maximum. Do we need a maximum? No. We need to show that we have the neighborhood's best interest, and that is by reducing the amount of parking, we reduce the amount of impervious area, we reduce the size of the stormwater detention pond, we reduce off-site traffic issues, and that's what we have to deal with. Those are the public health, safety, and welfare issues that we have as community leaders, as council members, that we get to make decisions on. If this ends up, and I think we're all concerned about litigation, will the judge think that it's reasonable to have 494 parking places? Will a judge say, yep, I think every student, every occupant of this development needs a parking place? I'll leave that to others to figure out.
Further discussion on DB1? I'd like to ask Mr. Lloyd a question or two. Councilman has raised an issue about parking. And is there a requirement in this instance as to how much parking there would be with this development?
Are you talking about a maximum number, as he's suggesting, or?
I'd like to know if there's either one, a minimum or a maximum.
Well, there is a minimum. It's 1.5 per unit, but there is no maximum specified in code.
So the developer is within the code and offering to build more parking spaces than the minimum?
Yes, and so if we've got 120 units on the site, we've got a required minimum of 180 spaces, and the developer's proposing to add more than double that.
And so, but that doesn't violate the code?
No. Correct.
Thank you very much. Back to DB1, further comment? I would just say that I'm puzzled by Councilman's reasoning on this. I can clearly say that I'm not in favor of this development. I agree with Councilmember Graydon's comments in that this development is being built for a market that may not exist. When I speak with people who've worked in the city for years, they tell me they don't see a market for this. I think the number of student housing developments that are coming to us at this time are way beyond what the market's going to be, particularly at the price points that are being offered for many of these developments. But what this comes down to in the end is not what we really think about it here at the table. It's not going to do anyone any good. It's not going to do the people of the neighborhood any good. It's not going to do the city any good if City Council says no to this development and a court overturns it. The development will be built anyway, and the city may well end up paying penalties when the development is built. I think that's the bottom line. It's something that we dance around a little bit. As far as I can tell, there's not a case to be made having to do with parking. The questions about wetlands mitigation have been asked and answered by legal staff. I don't think there's an issue there. And in fact, I'm quite certain. The questions about how many people can live in the unit and what the code calls for there, that's not going to stand up in court. I think Councilmember Lowenstein put it very well, that people are reaching for minutia, but that minutia doesn't work. It's not going to stand the test. And we've all been searching for something that will stand the test, and we have yet to find something that will stand the test. I think the votes against this project are irresponsible. And I will reluctantly, because I do owe a duty to the city. I owe a duty to the city not to become involved in litigation where we do not feel that we're going to be victorious. I feel that we cannot subject the city to the penalties that may be incurred, and therefore I will be supporting this. And I want to really commend Councilmember Teal and Councilmember Higgins, although I don't know how she's going to vote on this, for the work that they've done and with the people in the neighborhood, for the attention they've paid for this. And I wanted to commend our staff, because particularly our planning staff, but even more than that, our legal staff, who have followed up on every single item that the folks in the neighborhood have sent us, that council members have come up with. They've worked overtime, and they've come back to us on every occasion with the information that we needed. Further discussion on DB1. Roll call vote starting with Councilmember Teal.
Councilmember Teal?
Yes.
Councilmember Higgins?
Yes.
Councilmember Easthope?
Yes.
Councilmember Anglin?
No.
Mayor Buchanan?
Yes.
Councilmember Suarez?
No.
Councilmember Briere?
No?
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Thunderbolt?
Yes.
Councilmember Graydon?
Yes.
Councilmember Kunzelman?
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you. DB2, resolution to approve Grace Bible Church Development Agreement, 1300 South Maple Road. Moved by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Rapundelow. Discussion on DB2. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB3, resolution to approve Hampton Inn Plan Project Site Plan and Development Agreement, 8.89 acres, 2900 Jackson Road. Excuse me? We will do a roll call vote, I'm sorry. DB2, we will do a roll call vote starting with Councilmember Teal.
Councilmember Teal? Yes. Councilmember Higgins?
Yes.
Councilmember Easthope?
Yes.
Councilmember Anglin?
No.
Mayor Mika?
Yes.
Councilmember Suarez?
No.
Councilmember Briere?
No?
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Rapundelow?
Yes.
Councilmember Grayden?
Yes.
Councilmember Kunzelman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. DB3, resolution to approve the Hampton Inn Plan Project Site Plan and Development Agreement, 8.89 acres, 2900 Jackson Road. Moved by Councilmember Rapundelow, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion on DB3. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DB4, resolution to approve the Mucha annexation, 0.12 acres, 3094 Newcastle. Moved by Councilmember Teal, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion on DB4. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS1 has been deleted from our agenda. DS2, resolution to amend the budget on the purchase of 52 acres of the Walter Hilton Trust property in fee title for an additional $2,000 from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, and to amend the budget for the purchase of development rights on 89.62 acres of the Walter Hilton Trust property for an additional $587,367, for a total budget not to exceed $1,163,367 from the Open Space and Parkland Preservation Bond proceeds, and $110,000 from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, for a total budget not to exceed $1,204,000. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion on DS2. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved with 9 members present and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. Resolution vacating access easement for groundwater monitoring well and accepting replacement access easement for groundwater monitoring well from Walter Hilton Revocable Trust in Pittsfield Township. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Anglin. Discussion on DS3. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved with all members voting and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. DS4, resolution to approve amendment number 1 to the contract with the Ultimate Software Group, Inc. for implementation of the UtiliPro staff scheduler system, $75,000. Moved by Councilmember Rapundelow, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion on DS4. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS5, resolution to approve a purchase order to the Ultimate Software Group, Inc. for the renewal UtiliPro Human Resource and Payroll System. Maintenance agreement and subscription fees for fiscal year 2009, $180,000. Discussion, moved by Councilmember Rapundelow, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion on DS5. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS6, resolution to approve a contract for personal computer replacements from C-High Computer Products, $155,446. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion of DS6. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS7, resolution to approve a services contract with L3 Communications Mobile Vision, Inc. to provide a digital in-car audio-video solution for the Ann Arbor Police Department not to exceed $170,000. Moved by Councilmember Teal, seconded by Councilmember Higgins. Discussion on DS7. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS8, resolution to accept the donation of a portion of the property located at 2345 Huron Parkway to be added to Scheffler Park and appropriate funds in the amount of $15,000 to cover closing and due diligence costs. Moved by Councilmember Kunzelman, seconded by Councilmember Rapundolo. Discussion on DS8. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS9, resolution to approve street closings for the Big House, Big Heart running event, Sunday, September 28, 2008. Moved by Councilmember Higgins, seconded by Councilmember Teal. Discussion on DS9. Councilmember Higgins.
I apologize. I sent in a caucus question. I'm having a really difficult time opening up the attachments for the caucus questions. So if someone, Jane, thank you so much. I'm sure you answered me, but I couldn't get in there. We're going to close State Street for
Yes.
6 hours. How
Well,
are we rerouting traffic that day?
Actually, State Street is probably only gonna be closed for about an hour in that period of time,
Okay.
for the race, and Packard will remain open throughout the race, and we'll route people that way. Both police, fire, AATA, and, university are aware of that and can handle any emergencies.
So anybody coming north on State Street next Sunday should go over Stimson to Stadium and then up to Packard?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Is that going to be true for other areas of the race? Is this going to be like a rolling
Yes, what
shut
they-
up, shut down, so
that's
it's not
right.
all shut down at once?
That's
at the
right,
same
so
time?
when they finish a part of the race, they'll reopen those streets once it's been through.
Thank you very much.
And just before we go by it, I just wanted to reiterate that DS8 was unanimous and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. Just further discussion on DS9, the Big House, Big Heart running event. It's fun to say that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS10, resolution to accept and appropriate the Emergency Management Performance Grant funds and approve the grant agreement that allows for Department of Homeland and Office of Domestic Preparedness funding assistance to local units of government for the development and maintenance of an emergency management program. Moved by Councilmember Rapundolo, second by Councilmember Higgins. Discussion on DS10. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. DS11, accepting utility easement from Baria Elico, trustee of, or any successor trustee of the Baria Elico Trust Agreement dated November 23rd, 1999, 4121 Shetland Drive. The Swift Run Sanitary Sewer Relief Project. Moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Higgins. Discussion on DS11. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous with 10 council members voting and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. DS12, resolution accepting utility easement. Councilmember Briere.
Could we take all of these together since they're,
No, they each need an 8-vote, yes.
They have to be done when you're. when
they
we're
have to be
approving the
done one at
agenda
a
to move them
time?
all together.
Since they all require an 8 vote?
You could reopen the agenda and combine them and do it that way.
We're going to be through them in just a moment.
Okay, just wondered.
Next time around at the agenda session, feel free to do that.
Okay.
DS12, resolution accepting utility easement from Adnan Khatibab Dari and Misar Maran Dari at 4289 Shetland Drive, and I apologize for the pronunciations if they're listening. DS12 moved by Councilmember Briere, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Discussion on DS12. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS 13, accepting utility easement from Dale A. Ulrich and Beverly D. Ulrich, 4141 Shetland Drive. The Swift Run sanitary sewer relief project, moved by Councilmember Higgins, second by Councilmember Anglin. Discussion on DS 13. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DS 14, accepting utility easement from Patricia A. Michael, a single woman, 4120 Shetland Drive. Moved by Councilmember Lowenstein, seconded by Councilmember Briere. Discussion on DS 14. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved, it's unanimous, and thus satisfies the 8-vote requirement. I do have communications. I'd like to request confirmation of the following nominations were placed on the table for your consideration at the August 18, 2008 meeting. The Sign Board of Appeals, Eleanor A. Adikin and Sandy Smith, to the Sign Board of Appeals, and to the Downtown Development Authority, Sandy Smith, a reappointment. Someone please move those nominations. Moved by Councilmember Higgins, seconded by Councilmember Anglin. Discussion on those appointments. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. I do want to make comment on something. During my weekly open office hours last week, I was visited by longtime members of the Sign Board of Appeals, and I would ask that the city administrator look into their concerns, which I'll be sharing with him on Wednesday during our regular weekly meeting. Because they cited some instances to me, some very strong examples where it was their belief that the normal procedure, the standard procedure for signs and appealing for signs was perhaps not being followed, and that some other boards within the city had taken a role in that as well. And I would just like us to examine how it is that we are handling signs. So I'll bring that up with you personally on Wednesday. Are there communications from the city administrator?
No, sir.
Are there communications from the city attorney?
I do have standard annexations. There've been a lot of work on this. Again, I thank Mary Lou Zimmerman in my office. This is I think the second wave of these, and they take a lot of work. So I appreciate her work. And they're all listed here as required.
Only slightly out of order, are there communications from council?
Excuse me. I'm not talking about these.
No, I called you. All right. Someone please move the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. Moved by Councilmember Easthope, seconded by Councilmember Higgins. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. Is there anyone who'd like to address council under public comment general time? You need not have signed up in advance, but you are limited to the same 3 minutes. Seeing no one, would someone please move to adjourn? We'll do it before anybody has time to talk about a closed session. Oh, see, we weren't fast enough. All right.
2 minutes. Yes, we do.
All right. Someone please move to go to a closed session to discuss land
Acquisition.
Moved by Councilmember Anglin, seconded by Councilmember Rapundle. A roll call vote starting with Councilmember Teal.
For the sake of my city attorney, yes.
Councilmember Anglin? Yes. Mayor Easthope?
Only if it's 2 minutes, yes?
Yes.
Councilmember Briere?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Rapundle?
I suppose. Yes.
Councilmember Conklin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are in closed session.